throwing that out there. But what isn't alleged is that GameFam also agreed that they went ahead and sent this message here to everybody at GameFam. This message pretty much here states that you can join a union and they can't fire you for talking about pay among colleagues. After this, people in the Roblox community had just had enough with GameFam. And you could most definitely see this in their tweets. Within the same week all this happened, GameFam tweeted, "It's Monday. What are some Roblox games to help you get through the week? Getting paid a fair wage. We need you to join the battlefield, soldier. Get out there and show us what you're made of. As long as I get a fair wage, sir." You'll need soldiers defending you from HQ from all the unpaid workers. It's Friday. Get hyped. I'm so hyped. I want to know more about you, Kitten Mittens. What the heck is wrong with you, John Roblox? But yeah, after those 2 ratios I did, I actually got blocked by GameFam. I still cry to this very day. After this, though, pretty much everybody turned on GameFam. And later that year, developers in GameFam have begun the process of unionizing in response. This would make GameFam the first Roblox development studio to have its developers unionized. Now, I have no idea if GameFam ended up actually unionizing. But man, if you think that GameFam couldn't get any worse, they did. Probably the biggest controversy GameFam was ever involved in relates to Roblox purposely manipulating the algorithm to favor them, allegedly. And GameFam allegedly having insider information and very purposeful strategic DMCA requests after they owned the right to a certain IP that just screwed over so many indie devs and so many anime games. So let me fill you in. As a lot of you guys know, anime games are some of the biggest games on Roblox, and a lot of them aren't protected. Like, they're like fan-made games. Now, it does border if it's actually ethical for these games to exist, because they are taking advantage of an IP that doesn't belong to them or have the right to use. And in a lot of instances, they're making a lot of money by monetizing these games. But this wasn't an uncommon practice for GameFam, as they had used different IPs that don't belong to them, like Friday Night Funkin', along with All-Star Tower Defense, which literally has so many different IPs that they don't have the right to use, including one being My Hero Academia. Now, GameFam actually got the rights to My Hero Academia, and they began developing an official Roblox My Hero Academia game. Now, this game is just a total cash grab, just like a lot of GameFam games. But after they got the rights to this, 2 very important things happened. Now, the very first one is when you would search up anime on Roblox, the top default result would be this game. Now, mind you, this Roblox game never reached more than 100 concurrent players. Secondly, games that featured My Hero Academia were hit with DMCA requests. Now, this allegedly wasn't done by GameFam, but the timing of this was very strategic. They waited until Christmas week, meaning it would be a lot harder to go ahead and appeal these DMCAs and get your game back on Roblox, because all the Roblox staff were gone on break. It's also worth noting, a game called All-Star Tower Defense, which is an anime game that I just previously mentioned, had My Hero Academia stuff in it before they had the licensing rights to use that, along with tons of other anime. It's also worth noting too, GameFam just recently got the rights to Demon Slayer, meaning that this whole fiasco could happen again, as there's a lot of Demon Slayer games on Roblox. Now, I can understand where the companies are upset that actually own the intellectual properties of like My Hero Academia, and they want to get these games removed off of Roblox. But I think to go to a company like GameFam and have the algorithm manipulated and have it so strategically timed when these DMCAs are happening, it's just really gross. It's unethical, and it shows GameFam was just taking advantage of indie developers like they've done in the past. But this instance here started a freaking war with GameFam. See, nobody likes big games, and I think before this, big games is probably hated more, but this sent the GameFam hate to another level, because they raged war on every single anime game on Roblox doing this. Also, something I forgot to mention, going back to how they treat their employees, Roblox RTC wrote a post over on Twitter saying GameFam's new employee handbook allegedly mandates employees to install remote monitoring software on any device used for business. This allows GameFam to potentially remotely access employees' PCs at GameFam's discretion, wipe all data, monitor employee emails, messages, files, browsing history, and sensitive data in general. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. Another interesting thing that happened, GameFam in collaboration with WowWee made a toy called Avastar. Now, these look awfully close to Roblox characters, but just to add insult to injury, GameFam made a game on Roblox where you can get your Avastar in Roblox. Roblox actually filed a lawsuit against WowWee for this. Now, I wonder if anything actually happened to GameFam, because this was made in collaboration with WowWee. But to be totally fair, it was completely ripping off Roblox. Roblox had every right to sue them for that. With all that bad press going around about GameFam, GameFam decided to put something that was a little positive in the ecosystem. Maybe it would boost their reputation. I have no idea. Oh, look at this cool tweet by Fast Company. They've got game. How GameFam Studios helps brands develop and execute gaming strategies for the metaverse. Web3, blah, 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 blah. Hashtag ad. You heard that here, folks. I'm pretty sure this means GameFam was paying companies to write articles about them. Everyone just hated them at this time. What were they planning to achieve out of that? Now, I think one of the most highlighting things about GameFam is specifically what happened to the icon of a game that they have. Now, for the logo of this game, you would assume it would probably be drawn, because that's literally about the game. It's literally starving art. It's you draw in the game. But to everyone's astonishment, the logo for the game is literally AI. Starving Artist, a game where you pay people for their art, uses an AI thumbnail. That's definitely pretty ironic, and it's absolutely no surprise for GameFam. But let's go ahead and flash all the way to 2024. Roblox starts teasing this mysterious new event on Roblox. And guess what? It's the Hunt. This event, in my opinion, was horrible, and a lot of people agree with me on that. But one of the reasons why it was so bad is because of GameFam. Of course. Now, one of their games in it was called Twilight Daycare, and it was so hated that people made shirts on Roblox saying, "I survived Twilight Daycare in the Hunt." Sonic Speed Simulator had one of the most grindy things ever, where you had to individually go up to every single shard and press E on it. It was super grindy. Now, there was definitely way worse in the Hunt, but these were definitely very cookie cutter events. And honestly, it just showed everybody what GameFam was. A soulless company that is trying to monopolize Roblox. You can see that to this very day with games like SpongeBob Tycoon, NFL Tycoon, and almost every other GameFam experience on Roblox. They're all cash grabs, they're made to maximize premium payouts, and that, in my opinion, is no more evident when they got the rights to SpongeBob. Rather than making a unique game on Roblox, as there's been so many awesome SpongeBob games that have been taken down throughout the years, GameFam brought them to Roblox as a simulator. That should show you where the interests of GameFam and the company as a whole. They don't care about making unique, cool experiences. They don't care about the indie developers. And heck, they don't even care about their employees. It's all about that dollar bling bling, baby! Leave a like on this video if you like Roblox. I fucking love Roblox. Well, that's pretty much everything for today's video. If you liked today's video, make sure you're subscribed. Anyways, I'll catch you guys.
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and she is...
Just let me know.
Right outside the United States Capitol lies the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Agency. The building was completed back in 1961, but a major overhaul in the late 1980s led to the creation of this courtyard right here. To enhance the aesthetics of the new facility, the CIA commissioned a local artist named Jim Sanborn to decorate the courtyard as well as the west entrance with some artwork. By early 1990, the first glimpse of this artwork appeared in an article by the Washington Post. In the background lies a large sheet of metal, perforated by multiple rows of letters. It was some sort of code, a secret message that, according to Sanborn, had been concealed by at least 2 different ciphers. In late June, the 4 copper plates upon which the code had been inscribed were installed in the northwest corner of the courtyard. The sculpture attracted immediate attention from CIA cryptanalysts who organized a sweepstake for someone to crack the code. But despite their best efforts, the code remained intact. Being located at the heart of the agency meant the sculpture was off limits to the public. A private dedication ceremony was held in early November, but it wasn't until March the following year that images of the complete installation began trickling out to the masses. It starts with 3 granite and copperplate constructions placed near the west entrance. One of the slabs feature a compass rose pointing towards a naturally magnetized rock known as a lodestone. Furthermore, strings of Morse code can be found on flat sheets of copper interlaced with the stonework. Moving through the atrium and into the courtyard, we're greeted by a shallow pond flanked by 2 featureless slabs of granite. No codes nor markings to speak of in these 2. Finally, we reach the main attraction, a curved screen of copper with hundreds of punched out letters supported by a trunk of petrified wood. The screen encircles a small fountain surrounded by 2 boulders. There are 1,736 characters in total, which can be divided into 2 parts. The left side is the ciphertext containing the secret message, while the right side is what's known as a visionaire table. The table offered a major clue for how the ciphertext was meant to be solved, because a visionaire table is typically used in combination with a visionaire cipher. Not only that, but Sanborn revealed in early interviews that the upper half of the ciphertext had indeed been encoded using a Visionaire cipher. It works like this. We start by writing down an alphabet. The most obvious would be the English alphabet of 26 letters, but Sanborn did something a bit different. He used what's known as a keyed alphabet. Basically, you select a keyword and move the letters of that word to the front of the alphabet. In Sanborn's case, he used the keyword kryptos, stemming from an ancient Greek word for hidden. Okay, so we move the K to the front, followed by the R, then the Y, P, T, O, and S. This keyed alphabet is then repeated underneath the first, but shifted one letter to the left. So it starts with the letter R, and the K is moved to the end. The next alphabet is shifted once more, so it starts with Y and ends with R. This process is repeated all the way down until we end up with 26 rows and 26 columns for each letter in the alphabet. Alright, so that's how you construct a Visionaire table using the keyword kryptos. Now, the text on the sculpture is a bit different. In addition to the table, Sanborn added 2 index rows and a column composed of the standard English alphabet. These indices are sometimes added for convenience, as it can simplify the encryption and decryption process, but they're not strictly necessary. Furthermore, these 4 columns in the beginning have been repeated at the end here like so. This repetition has no impact on the encryption or decryption process, so they might have been added for aesthetic reasons to symmetrize the left and right side of the sculpture. You may have also noticed this rather conspicuous L off to the side here, but we'll get to that one later in the video. All we have to care about right now is the actual Visionaire table, which is
It's November 10th, 2008. Barack Obama just won an election, and he travels to the White House to meet with the outgoing president, George Bush. In that meeting, Bush told Obama about a top-secret weapon that the US military had been developing with Israel since 2005, codenamed Project Olympic Games. This weapon was intended to hit one of Iran's most fortified nuclear facilities, buried deep underground, where centrifuges spin uranium to enrich it for use as energy or, with enough spinning, to be used in a nuclear weapon. But this secret weapon wasn't a missile, they weren't planning an airstrike. Instead, it was a computer file, less than a megabyte in size. 150,000 lines of pristine code. This is the weapon that the president had to tell Obama about. This little file had been planted in Iran, where it spread throughout the whole country. But it didn't do anything. It lay dormant until it found its way onto a flash drive that was then plugged in at this underground nuclear facility. And then it spread, finding its way to its final target, this one machine. And then the weapon started working, quietly reprogramming the software to very subtly sabotage these delicate spinning centrifuges, opening a valve to change the pressure, telling the centrifuge to spin a bit faster or a bit slower, all while telling the technicians that everything was working properly. Over time, these subtle manipulations destroyed these centrifuges. This was one of several weapons that the US had planted in Iran using sophisticated computer code. Now, if a war broke out with Iran, the US could turn off their power, could turn off their military defense systems, making it so they couldn't shoot down planes. They could turn off their command and control systems so they couldn't talk to each other during the fight. This was a real war plan executed by thousands of American military personnel, hundreds of millions of dollars in a cyber operation that would, quote, prepare the battlefield by weakening Iran's ability to fight, all of it using code. The code that sabotaged the nuclear facility was eventually discovered and named after some of the elements that were inside of these many lines of code, .stub or MRXnet. They called it Stuxnet. Now, this weapon did slow down Iran's progress at first, but it didn't stop them. But what this did do was showcase a new style of war. The use of quiet weapons in the form of a tiny text file that could self-replicate and wreak actual physical damage on an enemy. We call this cyber warfare, and it has become a fixture of modern conflict. Let me show you how it works.
We're moving into a new era. People are actually getting killed.
Dismantle our communication
With the
system.
click of a button, you can bring down nations to their knees.
Before Stuxnet, most cyber warfare was pretty basic. Like in the 80s, you had this situation where an East German hacker broke into some military computers in the US looking for secrets for the FSB, which was like the Soviet spy agency. Or more recently, like in 2007, where Russian hackers attacked a bunch of Estonian websites in the financial, government, and media sectors, shutting them down as retaliation against Estonia deciding to relocate a Soviet monument. These were cyber attacks, but they were pretty weak and unsophisticated, especially compared to what was soon to come. So we live in a weird time. Our information is less secure than ever. And now my phone and my email and my physical mailbox are inundated with stuff I don't want to see. I feel like my information has ended up selling their secrets to the US government in the name of making cyber weapons is the next part of the story. But first, a quick word on software. This thing that runs our modern life, that is mostly invisible, but that is endlessly important. That ensures that you have electricity and that you can access your bank account and do your job. All of this is made possible because of something that looks very simple. Lines and lines of code. They're just basically lists of instructions on how a system should run, what it should do in every circumstance, and who has access to what. But because more and more of the world is run on software, and software contains sensitive information like your social security number or bank account number, whatever, developers build their software like a castle. So this is our software castle. It has walls and locked doors that only authorized users are allowed to get into. But inevitably, because it's a big complex castle, the builders of this castle, on accident, left little holes, little vulnerabilities, weak spots, secret doors that if an intruder could find, would allow them to get in, where they can steal things, or even take control of parts of the castle. They can lock the owner out and only give them access in exchange for money. Or they could just leave little time bombs that will blow up later. Almost all software has some kind of vulnerability that would allow a hacker to get in and control things. But the worst kind, arguably, and the nightmare scenario for software developers is the 0 day. It's called a 0 day exploit because by the time the intruder gets into the software castle, the developers had known about this for 0 days, meaning they didn't know, they were unaware. They were blindsided by this attack. It was a hole in their castle that somebody found, and now they're screwed. Now, once a hacker gets in, developers often know that there was a vulnerability, they can work on patching it, but that takes time. And then, of course, they have to get the users to update their software in order for that patch to actually work. And we all know how kind of annoying that is. A 0 day exploit is a software developer's nightmare, which in turn makes it a hacker's dream. Some hackers will spend their time looking for 0 day exploits in really powerful software, like the software that runs your iPhone, or Google Chrome, or Windows operating systems, or a million other pieces of software that run our world. Some are interested in doing this so that they can get money or passwords, that's the criminals. Or others are interested in gaining control of underground nuclear facilities and electricity grids. That would be the government. Okay, so let's say that you're a really sophisticated hacker and you have somehow found a 0 day exploit for an Apple iPhone iOS. You can get into someone's iPhone and control it. That's a really valuable thing. You now have a few choices on what to do with that information. Number one, you could go right to Apple and you could give it to them. And they will pay you handsomely. Right now, they will pay you $1 million in exchange for a 0 day exploit that allows you to hack into their iPhone. Every big software company does this. Like Google will give you $150,000 if you can find a way to take over one of their Chromebooks via a website. Software companies offer these bug bounties because they want to know where the holes in their castle are. They want to patch them. They want to avoid the nightmare of being hacked into and compromising the security and privacy of their users. So yeah, that's one of your options. Sell it to Apple, get $1 million, totally above board. We'll call this the white market. But you could also sell it on the black market to criminals who want to use these exploits to make money, which happens. Like in 2016, there was this case where hackers that may or may not have been linked to North Korea were able to hack into the central bank of the country of Bangladesh. They were able to make all these fraudulent requests and like hijack the SWIFT system that transfers all the money. And in the end, they were able to get $81 million transferred to their bank account in the Philippines. Their end goal was to get closer to $1 billion, but because of a typo in one of their fraudulent requests, they got caught and it got shut down. But the point is that there's a black market for 0 days because there's a lot of money to be made if you can hack into a financial system. But you also have a third option here. If you have a 0-day exploit, you can sell it to a government or a military. They tend to have pretty big budgets, and more, they're interested in developing cyber weapons, hacking tools that they can use against their enemies. We'll call this the gray market, and the money here is pretty big. So there's all these middlemen brokers for 0 days, like dealers. There's one Russian 0-day dealer who a few months ago tweeted out that due to high demand, their clients are now willing to pay $20 million, 100 times more, for a hacking tool that uses 0-day exploits that allows them to fully hack an iPhone or Android device. And then they specified that their client is a non-NATO country, which experts basically say is them saying like, this is Russia. Like, our client is Russia. These 3 markets for 0 days show us just how valuable these little bits of code have become, because they aren't just little bits of code. They are now weapons. They are access to very valuable castles of software. Criminals want them, software companies want them, but more and more governments want them. And this is how the US and Israel built Stuxnet, their big weapon against Iran, using 0 days. Not just one 0-day exploit, but 4.
And what Iranian officials describe as an act of nuclear terrorism.
And this is the reason why experts and the ex-director of the CIA call Stuxnet a game changer for warfare. Because whenever a country uses a big new weapon, all of the other countries, especially the rivals, realize that they have to match that capability and ideally one-up it. That's how arms race works. That's how nuclear weapons have worked. And that explains the concern of the ex-director of the CIA.
This has the whiff of August 1945.
1945 being the year that a nuclear weapon was used in war, thus changing the world and the balance of power between countries forever.
Somebody just used a new weapon, and this weapon will not be put back into the box.
So by the end of the early 2000s, after Stuxnet, it truly was the beginning of a new era of cyber warfare. In 2012, Chinese-backed hackers broke into the computer systems of over a dozen oil and gas companies. There was an investigation, and the FBI and Homeland Security concluded that the attack wasn't to steal anything or even to sabotage the infrastructure, but rather to, quote, gain strategic access for future operations, meaning to gain leverage over the United States. Investigators said that this was the first time that they had seen anything like this. That same year, an Iranian hacker group attacked Saudi Arabia, Iran's enemy, using a cyber weapon that is kind of like a digital bomb. It was a virus called Shamoon, and it got into the computers of Saudi Arabia's state oil company, wiping their hard drives clean. This thing spread across the company's networks, ultimately wiping data from tens of thousands of computers and rendering them totally inoperable, a huge blow to the company. In 2015, a huge cyber attack occurred when the Russian hacking group Sandworm shut off the power to 250,000 Ukrainians by gaining control of the computers that ran the power stations. This is actual footage of them remotely controlling these stations' computers.
They used a piece of automated malware to do that, which is a sign that they will probably want to use that again. That looked like a kind of practice rounds to develop a capability that they wanted to have to use globally.
This set a new precedent. People theoretically knew that cyber weapons could be used against electricity grids, which is like the lifeblood of our economy and society, but it hadn't actually happened until this 2015 attack. These are just a few examples, but they're examples that show how cyber weapons became employed in a war context between countries. It wasn't just hackers trying to steal money. It was countries trying to hurt their enemy, trying to demonstrate their capabilities, to deter their enemy, to let them know that they have power over them. A tool of war, of national power. And indeed, in 2010, the US acknowledged this very overtly by adding the US Cyber Command as a new department to the military. Cyber war was here, and it was here to stay.
Today, we face threats that have increased in sophistication, magnitude, intensity, volume, and velocity.
But here's what's crazy is that these aren't weapons. These aren't like missiles where a country has a monopoly over buying and using them. Cyber weapons are just bits of code. They're text files that are really small and easy to transfer around. So what happens when a cyber weapon developed by a military gets into the hands of everyone and they can use it however they want? Well, that's exactly what happened in 2016.
The DNC has called the FBI after a deleting attempt to hack into voter databases.
During the 2016 presidential election, the US was hit with a barrage of cyber attacks. This included the hacking of emails of the Democratic Party, a misinformation campaign on social media, and even an attempted hack of voter registration databases in several states. American intelligence agencies came together, they investigated, and they concluded that this was Russia. It was Russian hackers that were supported and directed by the Russian government itself. And the goal was to sabotage the American electoral system.
The Russians were responsible for hacking the DNC.
This was like a frenzy here in the United States. Like, everyone was talking about it. It was a huge deal. But in the middle of all of this, a post quietly appears on GitHub from a user by the name of the Shadow Brokers. This was a few months before the election. It was a tense time for a lot of reasons. They claimed that they had super powerful cyber weapons from the American government's most elite cyber war group, the ones who created Stuxnet, and that they would sell these hacking weapons to the highest bidder. They would take their bids in Bitcoin. They released a few pretty impressive samples that actually looked pretty legitimate. They released an encrypted file that said contained more hacking weapons, but you needed the password for it. But they held onto it, posting every once in a while with a trickle of more information and, honestly, a lot of like bizarre rants on American hypocrisy and broken English that felt kind of intentional and caricatured. They didn't end up getting very much money, and it all looked fairly ridiculous. But then, out of nowhere, came this post.
Last week, the shadow brokers be trying to help peoples. This week, the shadow brokers be thinking, F peoples.
They were getting pretty spicy, and indeed, they released this password, this weird password that they said was the password to that encrypted file that they had posted earlier. And when you put that password in the encrypted file, you discover that it is exactly what the shadow brokers said it was. 67 files that comprised some of the most sophisticated and dangerous cyber weapons that the NSA had ever created. And among them, the most powerful of the bunch, a tool called Eternal Blue, which allowed hackers to break into and control the Windows operating system, which is what most computers in this world use. Eternal Blue was like an open door. Back to our castle analogy, this was like a door into millions of castles, and the power to spy inside of the castle, to unlock any door, to steal the contents of the castle, to disrupt and break and destroy whatever you wanted inside of the castle, to lock people out of their own castle. Yeah, I mean, this was like a sophisticated military weapon that had just been duplicated and sent to anyone who had an internet connection. And what it meant was that the shadow brokers, in all of their like caricatured broken English, were actually legit. They had hacked in to our national security agency, our secret spy agency, and stolen the cyber weapons and sent them out to the entire world. Not just to other governments, but to anyone. So who are these shadow brokers and how did they do this? The answer, and the kind of scary thing about cyber war, is that we don't totally know. Experts think that Russia did this to send a very clear signal to the NSA and to the United States at large that, hey, we can do this. We have the power to break into your biggest secrets, and we will release them if we want to. So now, after 2016, we enter a new era of cyber warfare. Stuxnet was a big turning point. The Shadow Brokers and Eternal Blue is our next turning point. From here on, you see a new genre of more sophisticated, more powerful cyber attacks. Barely a month after the NSA's secret weapons leak out by the Shadow Brokers, a North Korean-linked hacking group uses them to deploy a virus that spreads to nearly every country on Earth within hours, locking up hundreds of thousands of computers, making them unusable, which halted hospital equipment, police departments, governments, and railways in over 150 countries. You're sitting there on your computer and this pops up, saying that your files are locked and that you can get them back, but, quote,
"You have not so enough time,"
close quote, and that, quote,
"You need to pay $300 worth of Bitcoin to do so."
Malicious software has been taking computers hostage in an unprecedented worldwide outbreak.
This is called ransomware. Basically, you ransom the computer files and you have to pay. This happened in a matter of hours. It was only stopped because a 22-year-old researcher accidentally activated a kill switch baked into the code. So the bigger crisis was kind of diverted. But even still, in just that few hours, as WannaCry was spreading to 150 countries, it caused hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe even billions of dollars of damage and economic loss. This showed us how powerful these NSA weapons could be in the hands of bad actors. And we learned this lesson once again when these same weapons were used by the masters of cyber warfare, Russia.
It's the single biggest attack on record.
It was June of 2017, the night before Ukraine's Constitution Day, when the Russian hacking group Sandworm deployed an attack that was similar to their 2015 electrical grid attack. But this time, they had the NSA weapons in their hands, so it was a whole new level. This one was called NotPetya. This thing was potent. It spread very quickly, and soon Ukrainians were seeing this scary screen on their computer that literally started with, quote,
"Oops, your important files are encrypted. Perhaps you are busy looking for ways to recover your files, but don't waste your time. Nobody can recover your files without our decryption service."
It looked like another ransomware attack, saying that you have to pay $300 worth of Bitcoin in order to get your files released. But meanwhile, it was spreading super fast and wiping everything out in its path. It took down Kiev's mass transit system, airports, hospitals, and it rapidly spread through government agencies. Gas stations and power grids went down, credit cards stopped working, and it shut down almost every ATM machine in the capital. One person who was caught in the middle of this cyber attack described it as, "Life went very fast from what's new on Facebook to, do I have enough money to buy food for tomorrow?" And it's a moment like this that we can really grasp just how fundamental this infrastructure is to our lives. And in this case, there was no kill switch. It was so viral that it spread beyond its target of Ukraine into other parts of the region, hitting the systems of a bunch of companies like FedEx or the shipping company Maersk. And soon tens of thousands of trucks were stuck for days with no computers to guide them. I mean, that's a lot of trucks. And many, many others. It affected tons of companies and agencies and systems, all because of this one virus. Unlike a missile or an invasion, cyber can hide behind this hackery-looking screen. This doesn't look like a state entity. This looks like a hacker doing a ransomware attack so they can make some money in Bitcoin. But that's not what this was. This was a coordinated, sophisticated attack by the Russian government using an American cyber weapon to make it more viral that caused an estimated $10 billion in economic loss and damages. And in the process, really blurring the lines of the rules of war, where usually like, you know what a country did to you and you know how you're supposed to respond, and all of that creates this nice balance of like deterrence. That's kind of the lifeblood of stability in our global order. When you've got these like shadowy, like deniable attacks, it makes it way harder to know how to respond, to whom to respond, and like what's proportional. It just changes our view of conflict, which is why regimes like North Korea or Russia have leaned very heavily on this type of engagement because as they become more isolated and as their military becomes less effective, this is a way for them to stay relevant, for their enemies to continue to fear them, because cyber is an actual weapon of war now. But let me just say something that is probably not obvious and might be surprising to you here at the end of the video, which is that the biggest threat in the future, the thing that's going to be the biggest part of cyber warfare, isn't going to be these big splashy, like shut down the electrical grid, doomsday scenario situations. Those might happen. Those are real threats. We need to prepare for them. But like any weapon of war, cyber is turning into a weapon that is being deployed subtly, that countries will use to get into the minds of their enemies. Like right now, we could be pretty certain that Russia and China have quietly infiltrated parts of our infrastructure systems. They haven't done anything with that, but they're probably there. At least that's what a lot of analysts and experts think. And that we have probably done the same to them. And that we're all just sitting there with our little time bombs put into our enemy's castle in case we need to use them. And we want our enemy to kind of know that we're there. There's this list that I've been looking at of all of the cyber attacks. CSIS, the think tank that I used to work at, documents these. And I was surprised that I hadn't heard of almost any of them because they're small, but they're frequent. To me, this is the future of cyber warfare. It's not Stuxnet and WannaCry. It's these death by 1,000 pokes, psychological warfare, revealing to your enemy that you have capabilities to infiltrate their systems. And in that sense, cyber warfare starts to look a lot like nuclear deterrence, like a shadowy, hidden submarine with nuclear weapons floating through the ocean somewhere, capable of hitting your enemy. And your enemy knows that. They don't know where it is, but they know that it's there. And any calculation that they make on conflict takes into account that that weapon is there and could be used at any point. This is the weird paradox of war and peace and deterrence. That one of the forces that has kept our world stable and rid of great powers conflict since 1945 has been the fact that we have very powerful weapons all pointed at each other, and therefore we don't use them. Cyber weapons are going the way of that kind of deterrence. Hopefully, they'll never be used in the way that we fear, that the sort of doomsday scenario of like they shut down the electrical grid and they do a full-scale attack. Yes, there will continue to be these moments where viruses spread, and to avoid those, just update your damn software. I hate it as much as you do, but like two-factor authentication, we gotta do it. All this stuff, it's there for a reason, because we live in a new world and we should be prepared for that world. As for the war and the geopolitics of it all, I'm gonna keep an eye on it because one thing in all of this is certain. Cyber is here to stay. It is something we have to think about and understand if we're going to understand the future of war. You guys notice that this thing is here? Nick, the studio manager, who's right over there, brought this in and made it amazing. And every time I talk, it moves. And that is just freaking cool. The US and China are fighting a war. It's not a war that you can really see, and it's not a traditional battlefield war with soldiers, at least not yet. This is a war that's being fought in government offices and company boardrooms. It's a war that's being fought with rules and regulations, and it's meant to stop rivals from getting their hands on the most important technology in the world, microchips. You might hear them called semiconductors, microchips, or integrated circuits. These are all the same thing. We're just gonna call them chips, microchips, tiny pieces of metal that are magic and that run our world. This is a big thing that's happening in geopolitics right now. And I want to help you understand the stakes of this new conflict between the US and China. It's going to be the center of global attention for years to come. And what we're seeing right now is how boring trade regulations and business rules can escalate to something that can impact your everyday life. Because your life depends on chips, whether you know it or not. In fact, let me show you. Everything has silicon in it. Anything that has any technological smartness to it is a product of silicon. Sorry, Tom. Oh, and it's not just like the usual suspects techie things. Yep, microchip. My refrigerator, silicon. My microwave, silicon. Nah, I'm just playing with you. This doesn't have silicon in it. This is just a few little things I found around the office, but like silicon is in your refrigerator, your microwave, like it is in your digital clock. It is what makes our world go round. I mean, we are speaking through silicon right now. Like you are watching this on the internet that is made possible because of silicon on a screen that is being fired by a silicon chip. Like everything is silicon in our world. Besides like the forest or something, or like, you know, analog cameras. So microchips make our economy possible, but it's not just tech. It's not just a consumer tech. It's also military. The military needs microchips. They need microchips for weapon systems. They need microchips for intelligence. They need microchips for AI. They need microchips to stay ahead of their rivals. Microchips represent geopolitical power because they represent military power. That's something to just keep in mind as we go through this story.
House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan tonight. And China is already responding.
Lead the world in future industries, protect our national security.
We're in the middle of one of the most fundamental changes in the character of war in the history of mankind.
Hey, pause. I feel really strongly that the internet is a place where you can learn to level up your professional skills. I learned all my skills on the internet. That is how I know how to animate and edit and film and do all of these things. The sponsor of today. In 1959, the US was about to get very lucky. Computers at the time were becoming a thing, but they kind of looked like this. Tons of wires connecting everything, all of them sending little precise electronic signals to each other to solve tedious, complex math problems. It was clunky, it was inefficient, it wasn't very special yet. But then two American engineers that were working separately at two totally different companies had a very similar idea. And the idea was to get rid of this, all these wires. There was this new technology that had cropped up called a transistor. It was like a really precise, reliable on and off switch. It allows you to control pulses of electricity super precisely. But at first, transistors looked like this. They were big and clunky, lots of parts. So the idea was, what if we start carving these little on and off switches onto a material called silicon? It's like a super abundant metal-like material inside of Earth's crust. But it's actually a horrible conductor of electricity. If you mix silicon with other elements, it conducts electricity really well. It is a semiconductor of electricity. Exactly what they needed to precisely control the flow of electricity very accurately. No more clunky long wires. Let's just carve our little transistor switches onto this silicon chip, a single circuit. That way we can fit a lot more into one place, all close together. So that's what they did. And then the world changed forever.
With the transistor, man has gone far toward matching some of the capacity of the human brain.
Okay, real quick aside here. We're gonna get to the geopolitics and stuff, but I was so curious about one thing. Why does being able to precisely control the on and off switch, or like the flow of electricity, do anything to change the world? Well, it turns out, this is where my mind bends a little bit. Just stick with me here. So transistors can turn on and off, and they send a signal that results in one of two things, a 1 or a 0 when it gets to the other side. Super boring and useless if you just have one little transistor sending a 1 or a 0. But if you have 1,000 of these switches, all sending little signals in the right order, suddenly you have something that kind of resembles a little brain, firing signals in a coordinated system that can actually solve logical mathematical problems and literally remember things. This is kind of how our brain works. It's pulses. Lots of pulses. And now we're talking about computing. This is how computers work. The more pulses of electricity you can control, the more you can do with technology. And suddenly, there's a new gold rush in the United States. But the gold is now silicon, and the rush is to put as many of these little switches onto that silicon chip as possible so that we can make our technology do more and more sophisticated stuff. And now people have smarter clocks and TVs and radios and video games and calculators. Things that you can hold in your hand and press a bunch of buttons, and suddenly the silicon chip is solving math problems for you instantaneously. What is happening? This is magic. Oh, and it's not just tech bros in the 60s who are loving this. The US military and NASA are first in line to get their hands on these new chips. They dream of using them for more sophisticated weapons or going to the moon. Chips were becoming a currency for national power. We gotta protect them, thinks the USA. Luckily, the USA didn't really have to do much to protect them at first. They were killing it. They were the global leaders of this chip-making stuff. Every year, US companies crammed more and more transistors onto this little piece of silicon. More calculations per second. More and more companies are now cropping up to make dreams come true with their new magical microchips. Lots of this action was happening right here in Central California, in a valley that would soon take on the name of the material that enabled all this magic to happen. By the mid-1980s, they were carving nearly 300,000 little on and off switches onto a piece of silicon. Oh, and look, it's Steve Jobs and Bill Gates.
Yes!
They're using these more sophisticated silicon chips to change the course of history. Home computing, color televisions, more advanced satellites, and smaller electronic devices of all kinds. There's a revolution happening. And over the next 30 years, the number of transistors that they can fit onto a piece of silicon starts to become ridiculous. And it's like the 90s, and these things are getting faster and smaller, and now humans have computers in their homes that are more advanced than the ones that were used to land on the moon.
Not only do they play the typical computer games that all the kids enjoy, but their curiosity for learning has skyrocketed.
And look, it's even smaller now. It fits in your pocket.
And we are calling it iPhone.
None of this is possible without these little magical brains made of silicon. Okay, but then a problem arises, and it has to do with these. These look like just factories where they make microchips, right? No, these are not just factories. We have a special name for these. They're called fabs, and they are a central part of this story. Because listen, cramming tens of millions of transistors onto a piece of metal-like substance from the Earth is hard to begin with. But as the number of transistors continues to double and double and double, making them becomes incredibly complicated. I mean, look at these operations. This is inside of a fab, and the reason why it looks like they're doing open heart surgery here is because even a single speck of dust that gets into this fab and onto one of these chips can totally ruin it. So yeah, it was American companies who are designing and making chips, but every year they have to spend more and more on these tedious fabs, these factories on steroids. They're getting really spendy, like billions of dollars spendy. Meanwhile, an ocean away, you've got a couple of economic miracles happening in all of these countries in East Asia that are rapidly developing. And they want in on this microchip gold rush. One of these countries is Japan, where a bunch of new tech companies were getting really good at making chips. And they could make them and sell them for way cheaper than the US. Oh, and by the way, this was with the help of the Japanese government who's like subsidizing this. Governments love microchips. That's gonna be a theme in this video. So the US is hating this. They're kind of freaking out that Japan is getting in on all the chip gold rush. They gotta do something about it. So it's 1987 and the US government basically says, no more Japanese chips. They put a 100% tax on Japanese chips coming into the US, which not surprisingly just crushes Japan's chip industry. Too bad, so sad, Japan, said the president at the time, who was, wait, what the hell, Ronald Reagan? The prophet of free markets and free trade? What's going on here?
Our aim is to increase our national wealth so all will have more.
Well, turns out that chips are really important. So important, in fact, that Mr. Free Market Economics abandoned his principles to protect American chips. This is a theme. We're gonna see a lot more of it. Okay, so let's move on. Meanwhile, another Asian economic miracle country is growing super fast and wants to get in on this. But they also are looking over at Japan and they're like, we don't want the US to squash us for trying to compete with them. So if we can't beat them, let's join them. Oh, and this is a really important foreshadow here. Taiwan is looking over here at their neighbor China, who's also getting really rich and more serious about making good on their lifelong promise to eventually invade Taiwan and, quote, reunite it with China. Kind of scary. So in the back of Taiwan's mind, they're also kind of looking for a way to get the West to protect them. So they made a bet. A freaking brilliant bet that solved all their problems at once. At the time, a bunch of engineers in Taiwan were actually leaving Taiwan to go to the US, to go to university there, and then to actually work for US companies in the cutting-edge microchip economy. Texas Instruments, Intel. So the first thing the Taiwanese government does is lure them back. They guarantee them jobs, they pay for their travel costs, they give them tax breaks to create companies. Their goal is to create a Silicon Valley in Taiwan, and it totally works. It's like a reverse brain drain. Thousands of engineers return to Taiwan to start companies and to help build the microchip industry in Taiwan. And one of those engineers is the one who actually changed the game. It's this guy named Morris Chang. He had the best idea of all of them. He had seen that American chip makers were hating how much money they had to invest in these fabs, these really complicated factories to make microchips. His idea was, instead of trying to compete with the United States in the chip industry and get crushed like Japan did, let's become their friend. Let's solve their problem. We won't design chips, we won't make devices, we won't make the software, we will just make the chips themselves. We will become the masters of fabs, the tedious, expensive job of getting more and more transistors onto a piece of silicon. So he starts a company called Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC. Super promising and creative name, Morris. And the government of Taiwan is super into it, because now they can get in on the chip gold rush, and instead of pissing off the United States, they actually will solve the US's problem, and crucially, make the US reliant on them. So now they have protection, a silicon shield to protect them from their big aggressive neighbor. The government gave nearly half of the startup costs to Morris Chang to start this new venture. They connected him to venture capital, and according to Chang himself, the Prime Minister of Taiwan even called a super rich Taiwanese investor to force him to invest in TSMC. Whoa, okay, yeah, wow. Like, you can see just how vital chips are. A little piece of silicon with a bunch of on and off switches. TSMC was basically a state-owned company from the beginning. So yeah, Taiwan's now in the game, and semiconductors are now becoming a geopolitical bargaining chip. A geopolitical bargaining chip. I kind of regret it. Sorry.
It's just process. Go in here, and I'm tied.
I believe I'm going to be the nominee.
So it's like the early 2000s, and semiconductors are now squarely a part of geopolitics. But meanwhile, in business world, in Silicon Valley, they are loving this Taiwan situation. Because now, instead of having to do all of this expensive, tedious fab stuff, they can just do the design and the software and the business side of it, and they can just ship it off to TSMC, and they do the rest, taking on the expensive, tedious work of maintaining their fabs and keeping them up to the cutting edge, which requires billions of dollars every year. Like, to keep some perspective, look at this graph. This is the number of transistors on a piece of silicon. By 2010, they're now getting 1 billion transistors onto a piece of silicon the size of your fingernail. And the only way to do that is to make each one of these insanely small. So let's just take a moment to blow our own minds here. Each transistor is becoming smaller than a width of a human hair. Wait, no, sorry, that's actually way too big of a scale. A human hair is like 90,000 nanometers thick. We need to go smaller, like a red blood cell. Wait, no, that's still too big. 7,000 nanometers. Okay, a virus, something that's not even totally alive. It's so small. Wait, that's 14 nanometers. Still too big. I mean, we are getting into insane scales here. IBM recently revealed a chip with transistors that are 2 nanometers thick, making them literally smaller than a strand of DNA. So in these fabs, the reason it looks like this is because they have to figure out how to do this and to keep doing it and keep making it smaller and smaller, providing the world with the most advanced chips. And this is why we have nice things. Your entire world revolves around what is happening on these little strips of silicon. More and more US chip companies don't actually have fabs. They design them, they do all the software and the machinery and the selling and the business, but the actual making of the chip happen in Taiwan. But as 92% of all advanced chips are now made in Taiwan, what this means is that the US is completely reliant on TSMC, basically. And finally, we're getting to the conflict. This is where China becomes really important. Because China, the most populous country, is suddenly very rich. And they want new tech too. So they become actually a giant customer of all these chips, buying 40% of all the chips in the world, meaning that they are now reliant on the US, who is reliant on Taiwan, to design and make their chips. So let's look at the modern chip industry as it all comes together, which is going to set the stage for how this conflict is playing out today. Here's a very simplified version of the supply chain. Again, very simplified. It's just insane. I'm not going to go into the full thing. The US is the one that manufactures the machines, the software, and the designs. Japan makes metals and chemicals for chips. The Netherlands makes this crazy UV laser machine that is used to carve the chips. And Taiwan, crucially, does the expensive, tedious job of actually making the chip. Almost all of the most advanced chips in the world are made in Taiwan. And then you have China, who is the giant customer in all of this. They're the ones who are buying more and more chips to grow their economy. I mean, look at this beautiful supply chain. You've got a bunch of countries that are involved now. Everyone has a part to play, and everyone depends on each other for chips. Globalization is great. Economic interdependence is a recipe for peace and mutual prosperity. Right? I mean, it used to be. But there's something else happening with the supply chain that might be hard to see in this diagram, which is that the US is still the kingpin of this system. They're the most important player. They have the most important ingredients, the best designs, the best software, and the most machines to make chips. Taiwan, their bestie, has the second most important ingredients in all of this, the fabs that actually make the chips. China, on the other hand, is in a position of weakness. Their role is basically the big hungry chip consumer, totally reliant on their frenemy, the United States, and their annoying neighbor, Taiwan, who they want to invade, but now they're reliant on for cutting-edge chips. And what's at stake here for China? Well, it's not just their economy. They don't want chips just so they can have a bunch of cool tech. They want it because more and more, they need advanced chips for their military. So it's like the 2010s, China's military is getting kind of scary, but it's not that scary, says the US. We're not that worried. We'll always be ahead of China when it comes to controlling the supply chain, and our military gets first dibs on all the best chips. China has no chance of catching up ever. And this is true. China was truly behind. They did not have the tech and the designs and the companies and the ability to make advanced chips. They were reliant on the United States. If China pissed off the US, they could just take away their chips. And now, we have a rising conflict on our hands. China, this big superpower, is not going to let this happen. They realize that they have to do two things. Number one, they have to start making their own chips. They want to break free and stop relying on the US for anything, make their own chips so that the US doesn't have leverage over them. And number two, and deeply related, is they want to continue to build up their military, to modernize it, to build more warships and satellites and high-tech missiles and drones, and eventually AI. All of this needs advanced chips, which they don't have. So they're like, we are gonna make them on their own. And the US is like, good luck, China. You're so far behind. Good luck trying to figure out how to do this thing that we've spent the past 60 years figuring out how to do, make really expensive chips. Experts in software and machinery and fabs, like, you have no chance. So how is China gonna catch up? Lucky for them, in China, there's a blurry line between businesses and the military. It's all kind of overseen by the state. And also lucky for them, there are loads of US tech companies that are addicted to making money by selling microchip technology to China. So instead of invent it themselves, they see an opportunity here. Need software and equipment for your new chip industry? Get it from the US. Need fancy chip designs and software? US companies have you covered. Need those high-tech chips produced for your military projects? American companies will sell them to you. And yes, TSMC in Taiwan will make them for you. Wait, China's using US technology to get ahead of US technology? What? In 2021, the Washington Post reported that China was building super advanced laboratories to test scary new weapons, including nukes. And guess what? They were using American semiconductor tech to do this. It started to become clear that American companies were selling tech and chips and software to Chinese tech companies that were actually just a front for the military. Wow. Yikes. The US chip industry is now allowing China to get ahead. This was starting to happen, but I think what really woke up the US is when this happened.
Huge step forward in China's military. China conducted 2 tests of a hypersonic missile system, technology that would allow it to fire a nuclear warhead faster than anyone else.
The U.S. does not currently have the ability to even track this weapon, much less defeat it.
US military generals wake up one morning to discover that China has just tested a new weapon. A missile that flew around the entire world, going 5 times the speed of sound, a mile a second. Oh, and it's really hard to see because it flies below radar range. It's super nimble, maneuverable, and has the ability to carry nukes. The US had been working on something similar, but China beat them to it by years. And it was American microchip technology that helped them build it. Oh, shit. Yikes. This totally caught them off guard.
Says that US intelligence services had no idea that China was so far ahead.
So it turns out that while the US government thought that they were running faster and that they were fine, they were actually fueling the rise of their biggest rival by giving them the technology that they need to get ahead. So the US decides that they've got to do something. China is ahead on these missiles, and they might get ahead on things like AI, and they're doing it with our tech. No more free trade, no more free markets. The government is jumping back into the chip game to sort this out.
Fundamental change is taking place today, politically, economically, and technologically.
All right, Joe Biden's like rolling up his sleeves. He's like, what do we do here? Step one, cut them off. No more chips for China.
The Biden administration published a large set of export controls on Friday in order to slow Beijing's technological and military advances.
The restrictions will limit Chinese companies' access to advanced computer chips.
And here we are back in the fun bureaucratic paperwork. Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security, docket number 220930-0204, RIN 0674. Certain advanced computing and semiconductor manufacturing items, supercomputers, and semiconductor end use, entity list modification. I'm not gonna go through this. This is just a bunch of rules that says no more chips to China. All those cutting edge chips that China was buying from US companies, blocked.
The restrictions will limit Chinese companies' access to advanced computer chips.
Manufacturing equipment they need to make their own chips, blocked. All that US made vital software that Chinese companies need to design their own chips, block, block, block.
We will bring these jobs back to our shores and end our dependence on foreign chips.
In fact, the Biden administration went super far to say that any company globally that uses US tech to produce chips is now blocked from doing business with Chinese firms.
To cut China off from certain semiconductor chips made anywhere in the world with US equipment.
Why stop there? Americans are now forbidden from working for Chinese chip companies. This is huge news. Like, this is huge news. This is happening. This is like, we're in the middle of this right now. But let's go back to that visual of the whole supply chain. If you cut off this, then yeah, you hurt China, but you also hurt the other side of this line, US chip makers. Like one example, this US chip maker, NVIDIA. They went from selling tons of chips to China to suddenly being banned from doing so. This has led to a $400 million loss in revenue in just one quarter. Poof, up in smoke. One of the biggest chip makers now totally cut off from their big customer because Joe Biden is afraid of the Chinese military, and for good reason. Which leads to step 2 of this policy. The Biden administration wasn't going to leave these tech companies out dry, so they gave billions of dollars to American chip makers to say, hey, yeah, sorry we cut you off from your main customer because we're kind of getting scared of their military, but we have to protect our chips. Here's a bunch of money. Congress passed the CHIPS Act, which gives billions of dollars to these companies to create fabs back in the United States.
This time it wasn't Russia, but China, another rival power, would get way ahead of us if we didn't pull out all the stops. And this legislation is the first large step in pulling out all of those stops.
Government wants the fabs to come home to ensure that this most valuable technology isn't solely reliant on outside countries. And we're talking giant payouts. 50 billion taxpayer dollars go to companies like Intel, which is now opening a new fab in Ohio.
We are going to build the most advanced stuff in the world right here in Ohio.
Or even TSMC themselves, which is based in Taiwan, but is now opening a new fab in Arizona. Keep it in the family. Okay, so this is economic war, and the Biden administration just did a huge move. Reminder that the reason why this is important is because it's not just about like business or even missiles. This is about chips. Chips are not just chips. Chips are the future. Chips are power. Yes, chips mean economic growth and new cool technology, but chips also mean new weapons. Chips are the currency of geopolitical power, kind of like what oil used to be, but now it's freaking silicon with a bunch of on and off switches on it. The US is taking control of its valuable resource and cutting China off. So the US makes this big move, cuts China off, and that, this is geopolitical conflict. They just made the move. The ball's in China's court now. How will they respond? And this is where Taiwan comes back into the picture. Taiwan, this small country that finds itself in the crossfires of this conflict. 92% of all advanced chips are made here, mostly by TSMC. The US is totally reliant on them. A few months before the Biden administration was doing all of this, making it illegal to sell chips to China, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. Not just to shake hands with political leaders, no. She was there to visit TSMC, the chip fab. What Pelosi was really doing here was signaling to Taiwan that they are vital to American security. The US relies on this and will protect it.
Came to Taiwan to make unequivocally clear we will not abandon our commitment to Taiwan, and we are proud of our enduring friendship.
And in doing so, she shows us what China's countermove might be in all of this. It might be Taiwan.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes, that's the commitment we made.
Okay, but wait, what this doesn't mean is China's going to invade Taiwan and take all the chips or take over the fab or something. That scenario doesn't make any sense. If China invaded Taiwan, all they would find is a bunch of empty fabs if they weren't bombed already. They wouldn't know how to operate them. They wouldn't have all of the engineers and the software and all of the supply chain stuff that they would need to actually make chips. They would likely be fighting a war, and the US would probably get involved. I made a whole video about it, you can go check it out. Anyway, the effective countermove here for China would be to operate right on the edge of active warfare, to strike back at the US without provoking a military response. This is how big nuclear powers do it. They don't actually clash, they want to just sort of poke at each other. One scenario would be China sending a bunch of its Navy ships to set up in the ocean right around here, creating a kind of partial blockade. They could stop cargo ships that are coming to and from the island, kind of just slowing everything down, but really holding the silicon hostage, making it hard for the supply chain to actually work. I mean, just remember the COVID-19 chip shortage or supply chain shortage, or even the Suez Canal blockage from a couple years ago. Imagine those supply chain issues, but on steroids, totally debilitating and being used for a hostile purpose to strike back at the US. Like Biden forbidding American companies to sell chips to China, the blockade would be a way to strike at your nuclear-armed rival without going too far, without risking too much escalation or a miscalculation.
It's incumbent upon us to stay number one.
To lead the world in future industries and protect our national security.
We are going to build the most advanced stuff in the world.
That's where we're at. We're in the middle of another economic war between big nuclear powers. We don't know what happens next, but one thing that feels clear to me is that Cold War vibes are back as these two great powers with different ideologies about the world compete with each other. This fight over chips will continue. And this idea in international relations that I kind of took for granted, which is that globalization and interdependence is good and will lead to less conflict, it's being seriously challenged. Economic interdependence is being used as a weapon. That's what we're seeing here. And not just here. I made a video a couple months ago about how Vladimir Putin is cutting off natural gas to Europe. Frankly, it's not that much different than Joe Biden cutting off microchips to China. I mean, it is different in a lot of ways, blah, 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 we get it. But the big mechanics of how this conflict is playing out is peculiar and is becoming a part of how conflict looks today. So even as this old school style war continues to rage in Ukraine, we're seeing an evolution of how conflict works in our world. Where once a lot of conflict revolved around natural resources like oil most recently, the currency of power, we've moved to an era where a magical piece of metal-like substance called silicon, pulsing ones and zeros, is kind of the new oil, the new currency of power, the new thing that we should protect to protect our military supremacy. So in a big shift of the trend of globalization, countries are now turning inward to protect their stuff, leading to a new era of distrust, severed connection, and rising tensions. Okay. Okay. Semiconductors is over. That's it. I'm now going to eat a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup from Trader Joe's. Wow, it's good. Okay, that's the end of the video. Thanks to Scalar one more time for sponsoring this video. There's a link in the description. In the summer of 1995, China sent a bunch of its troops to the province of Fujian. They then started testing missiles and putting it on TV. They then started running highly publicized combat exercises, very similar to what it would look like to cross this 130-kilometer wide strait to invade the island of Taiwan, a place that China doesn't think is a real country, but rather a part of China itself. A rebellious island province in an unfinished civil war.
Another round of Chinese war games near Taiwan has the U.S. and other nations concerned.
China did all this saber rattling because Taiwan's president had asked for a visa to visit the United States, and the U.S. Congress voted to give it to him, defying Beijing and undermining China's claim to Taiwan. Oh, and Taiwan was holding their first democratic election.
These are the first free elections of a Chinese leader in 5,000 years.
China announced Friday that it would start the new military exercises less than a week before Taiwan's presidential election.
China hated that all of this was happening on this island that they think is theirs, hence all of the military flexing. But look who shows up next.
Diplomatic trouble may be brewing again between China and the United States.
It's the US military, and they're sending their biggest show of military force in Asia since the Vietnam War, right here in China's neighborhood. President Bill Clinton sent in all of the US's best stuff: aircraft carriers, guided missile cruisers, destroyers, powerful weapon systems from the most powerful military on Earth. So all of this concentrated US military power comes into the region and enters right here, through the Strait of Taiwan. It was a response to China and all of its efforts to intimidate Taiwan. The message was very clear. China, we are way more powerful than you, so back off and let Taiwan do its thing. And guess what? It totally worked. China backed down and the US reasserted itself as the global powerhouse, a power that no one can mess with. Okay, so now let's fast forward to last fall. A lot has changed in this 20 or so years. And China is at it again, flexing on Taiwan. Their favorite way of doing this lately is flying military aircraft into this air border, Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ. An ADIZ is airspace that if you enter, you should identify yourself, or else the nearby country will assume that you're coming to attack them. China has started flying military aircraft over this airspace without asking permission, without identifying themselves. Not just like once or twice, but like dozens of times per day, hundreds of times a month. These are the actual recorded flight paths of Chinese aircraft flying over Taiwan's ADIZ, and then back to China. It's a giant FU to Taiwan, or rather, remember who's boss here. Luckily, there's some really amazing data on every single one of these Chinese flyovers. They're all documented.
Taiwan's Air Force scrambled again today.
This is research from the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and it's incredibly useful to see China's activity in Taiwan's ADIZ. You can see this massive surge late last year in flyovers. This is a graph that shows every single time a Chinese jet has flown over Taiwan's ADIZ in 2021. You can see that it comes to a peak in the first week of October. This was the week that China was celebrating its founding, and they were sending a very clear message to Taiwan: you will be ours. That week, this Chinese state-owned publication comes out with this headline: time to warn Taiwan secessionists and their fomenters, war is real. This is not fair play, so guess who shows up to the region to calm things down?
A U.S. warship has sailed through the Taiwan Strait.
So right after this huge bulk of flyovers of Taiwan's ADIZ, the US sends in guided missile destroyers through the Taiwanese Strait. and they're accompanied by a Canadian
To
ship.
warn off 25 Chinese aircraft that entered its defense zone.
Oh, but this time, it didn't work. Here's when the US sailed through the strait, and here's what China does after. Tons more flyovers of Taiwan's ADIZ. Looking at the raw data, you can see that these flyovers start happening almost every day. It's not the 90s anymore. Things have changed. Bill Clinton can't just send a bunch of naval ships to the Taiwan Strait and expect China to back down. We're living in a different era. The biggest difference is that China's military has become way more powerful in the last 20 years. Add to that their zeal for taking over Taiwan to reunite it with mainland China has grown immensely every year since. The reason I'm telling you this story and showing you the difference between how China reacted in the 90s and how it reacted last fall is because that difference is really important if we want to think about what war looks like in this region. I've been talking to military experts, I've been diving deep into military reports and writings from the Chinese military itself to try to understand what war with Taiwan would look like. It's something that is becoming more likely year by year. So what's to follow is my best attempt at understanding what war in the Taiwan Strait looks like. A war that drags in the United States and its allies. War is impossible to predict, and so we don't know for sure. But what I hope we can do here is look at a scenario and learn how conflict works, and what calculations all the countries involved would have to make in what might become the next world war.
I just want to make China understand that we are not going to step back.
China's aggression against Taiwan is accelerating, and it's blaming the U.S.
Beijing has been getting increasingly tough on Taiwan.
So are you saying that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense?
Yes and yes.
Hey, before we dive into this, I want to say thank you to the sponsor of today's video who made this video
cheeseburgers.